Muted. I am muted. I was muted. Huh. Cheers, Morgan. Your god is imaginary. TVP World live stream. Wow. TVP World live streams. Very interesting. Hello, Philippe August. How are you? We're going to look through this national security strategy thing. Maybe that'll be the first thing to give us a nice taste of what the world will be like moving forward. Isn't that cool? And then we're gonna go over the betrayals, and then oh, it's all in the title. It's all in the title of the stream. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that an exciting thing? Aren't you excited? I've received a big donation today, so that happened. So let me go through that stuff really quickly, and then we'll be done. Got topics, hold on. And then I'll continue work on war-related stuff. Interesting. Pete Hegseth video seems to be getting traction. The Polish topics for views. Can clearly see which ones are getting any traction and which ones are not. Hello, Duckers. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you doing? Okay, let's just get the show on the road. There has been a big paradigm shift. I've talked about it in relation to Ukraine. I've talked about it in relation to the war. But there has been a wider paradigm shift ever since President Trump took office at the beginning of this year. And it seems like we are getting a whole national security strategy, which will elaborate on what kind of country does the United States wants to be moving forward, what kind of alliances does the United States wants to have, and basically what kind of world order are we moving towards. We're gonna read it, we're gonna discuss it along the way. There's a lot of stuff that we already knew in here. There's some stuff that we did not know. There's some stuff that we have, I guess, there's some stuff that we have suspected would be the case, and now we are getting confirmation in writing to all of it. There's a lot. There's a lot about alliances, about NATO, security guarantees. It's all in here, and we're about to get a glimpse. How am I? Could be better. But you know what? I'm doing my best. Remember to press like on the stream. It helps me a great deal in these difficult times. One moment. Yes. Rika Kirk think women in New York City have Bamandi. What? Well, it's unfortunate. Okay, let's look through. National security strategy. It's gonna be a pain to edit, but you know, it is what it is. I've given my context intro. We've seen a big paradigm shift. It is what it is. We're going to see it on paper now. Well, not on paper, on digital screen. Conrad says L. We'll see what's up. And the new national security strategy. My fellow Americans. Are you okay? Yeah. Why? Why? How come? How? Why? 5 watching. Oh yeah, press like on the stream, please. There you go, 3 likes. Everything is trying my patience now. All right, let's see. So it starts off with, my fellow Americans, over the past 9 months, we have brought our nation and the world back from the brink of catastrophe and disaster by appeasing Russia, by ending but not really 8 conflicts, by ruining the relationship with Europe, by imposing crazy knee-jerk tariffs on everybody, by making many ruinous moves domestically, by basically ensuring that a new world order will basically, I've been talking about paradigm shifts, and the newest paradigm shift under Donald Trump seems to be moving away from international law order and towards spheres of influence. Might makes right world order, moving away from cooperation and into national state interest, which is why Interestingly enough, the United States under Donald Trump is extremely Eurosceptic. Extremely Eurosceptic. Which will be, we will see it in this writing. We will see it exactly in this document. After 4 years of weakness, they're of course talking about Joe Biden, extremism and deadly failures, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to restore American strength at home and abroad and bring peace and stability to our world. Ukraine being the flagship example of that, the absolute failure of negotiations. I heard that there is a very, very big attack on Ukraine going on right now as we speak, over 600 drones. I think there was something about that. I keep getting pinged on my phone that there is a air siren going on in Kyiv. So I think there's a huge Christmas attack on Ukraine as we speak. But you know what? The Trump administration is bringing peace and stability to our world. No doubt about it. No administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround in so short a time. Yeah, that's true. That is true that no administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround, but whether or not it's a turnaround for the better or for the worst is completely another matter. That is a totally different matter to discuss. Starting on my first day in office, and of course, this administration very swiftly put transphobia into law, anti-LGBT sentiment into law, removed investigation into indigenous people, indigenous women in particular missing. There's a lot happening under the new Trump administration, and it is happening indeed in a historical speed. First day, we restored the sovereign borders of the United States as deployed the US military to stop the invasion of our country, because people coming to the United States to find opportunity and to find a better life, that's an invasion. Trying to get into the country, that's an invasion, because the Trump administration unfortunately does not understand what the word invasion actually means, which explains a lot about its policy towards Ukraine. The fact that Trump does not understand what an actual invasion is explains a lot when it comes to his strategy, when it comes to trying to bring peace between Ukraine and Russia. I feel like it definitely explains a lot. We got radical gender ideology and woke lunacy out of our armed forces. Translation: trans people again cannot serve in the military, and woke lunacy. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what woke lunacy in the armed forces mean. Does that mean? Very bizarre. Woke lunacy in the military. Woke lunacy. Woke lunacy. These terms are just so vague and meaningless that I don't even know how to approach this. Radical gender ideology and woke lunacy out of the armed forces. I have no clue how gender ideology outside of just trans people being able to serve, or even more, I have no idea what woke lunacy in the armed forces mean. I genuinely don't know what that means. This is so vague that it's just meaningless. It can basically mean anything I don't like. Anything I don't like is woke lunacy. With 1 trillion of investment. Wait, the 1 trillion of investment got rid of the gender ideology and woke lunacy out of the armed forces? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means. God, and this is a long document as well. It's like 30 pages. Hold on, let me adjust everything. I don't want this to be in the... Okay, let's continue because yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, one moment. Right. Let's continue. No comments from anybody? No, but nobody's saying nothing. Um, hold on. NATO. Oh, yeah. We rebuilt our alliances. Okay, we rebuilt our alliances. Now this part is interesting. This part is interesting because by we rebuilt our alliances, the United States has weakened NATO, and as will become apparent seemingly from this document, um, if the US does not get certain demands, it might partially withdraw itself from NATO. So that's one alliance. The United States has severely weakened its relationship with Canada. Some even say that repairing that relationship will be quite difficult. The United States has severely weakened its relationship with Europe, especially in the wake of the leak of the conversation of European leaders saying that the United States is preparing to betray Ukraine outright. So that's another relationship that has been not rebuilt but weakened. What other? Mexico, Northern America. I'm not sure if Venezuela was ever an ally per se, but that relationship has definitely taken a turn for the worse. Greenland, I don't know. What sort of alliances are we talking about when we're talking about rebuilding alliances? We rebuild our alliances and got our allies to contribute more to our common defense. It feels like the only alliance that is being rebuilt here is with Russia. Russia is the main alliance that is being rebuilt here right now. We got our allies to contribute more to our common defense. That's about NATO pledging to spend 5% of its GDP towards defense expenditure, which in itself does not really mean much because NATO countries are fragmented, especially in Europe. The defense spending does not mean much because the defense industry is fragmented among individual nation states. All of them have their defense industries, which do not produce at scale, at least not at scale that the European Union could be producing as a collective if it had more of a coherent and unified defense industry, which is, interestingly enough, not something that the United States wants. The United States actually pushes for Europe to be a collection of very much individualized nation states and not a unified bloc, because that's, I guess that would be too much of a counter to U.S. power. So currently the United States really does not want Europe to become more united. It is something that the United States really does not want, as is becoming more and more clear. Hold on. Yep, we got here, blah, blah. Oh my God. Defense spending, including, there you go. Including a historic commitment from NATO countries to raise defense spending from 2% to 5% of GDP, which again, it's not about how much you spend. It's about how you spend it, how much you get for your spending. And even if NATO raises from 2% to 5%, if European countries cannot agree on a unified production, unified military structure, NATO will not get the bang for its buck that it would ideally have. Raising to 5% under a unified structure that would produce on scale definitely is different than a bunch of individualized countries just raising their expenditure to 5%. The result is completely different. We unleashed American energy production to reclaim our independence and imposed tariffs, historic tariffs to bring critical industries back home. Spoilers, critical industries have not been brought back home because that is a pipe dream. The industry works completely different than it worked in the past. The only thing that the tariffs brought about is that many parts that go between borders in order to be assembled are tariffed many times over, which just increases the cost of things. In Operation Midnight Hammer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. Well, no, it has not been obliterated. It has been slowed down. It has been pushed back, but it definitely has not been obliterated because a lot of it has been evacuated prior to the strike, and it has been agreed by experts, including experts from the White House, that the Operation Midnight Hammer has not, in fact, obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. And which is why Trump was very, very unhappy about certain information leaking as after the strike has been performed. It was not a very happy time for Donald Trump. I declared the drug cartels and savage foreign gangs operating in our region as foreign terrorist organizations, which is not something that he can just do, and bomb them. Trump is not at war with the drug cartels, okay? That is not a thing. And over the course of just 8 months, we settled 8 raging conflicts. No. Including between Cambodia and Thailand, not exactly settled. Kosovo and Serbia, not exactly settled. The DRC and Rwanda, oh, definitely not settled. As far as I know, violence still rages on in these areas. Pakistan and India, both India and Pakistan, to my knowledge, have actually officially rejected the notion that Trump had anything to do with any of their talks. Israel and Iran, okay, I guess I can agree with that one. Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, this one I think still has skirmishes raging on. And ending the war in Gaza. Gaza is being bombed almost daily by Israel still, so I would not call that one settled either. Those wars are settled, but not exactly. Just a very brazen statement that these wars have been settled. It is a very brazen statement. America is strong and respected again. No, it's not. It's actually less respected now, especially by countries like Russia, China, which is apparently now preparing to invade Taiwan. I don't know if it will happen. I don't know if it will not happen, but China has been amassing forces near Taiwan. And also, Japan is treating this threat seriously enough that it has issued a statement that if China attacks Taiwan, uh, Japan will in fact respond in a with its military. And also, Japan is looking to restore its status as a world power within the next years because of the instability of the world that Trump has brought about. Because things are becoming so unstable under Trump, because Trump has brought so much peace and stability to our world, Japan is now actively looking to reclaim its status as a world power, to restore its military's capacity to act abroad, to act internationally. And I'm not sure if there are any limitations on what sort of arms Japan can have, but Japan is basically trying to do away with all of it. Japan is looking to do away with just the defense force that it is allowed to have and just have a military and to reassert itself on the international stage. And because of that, we are making peace all over the world. Yeah, we are making peace all over the world, and that is why the entirety of the world is preparing for war as we speak. The entirety of the world is preparing for conflict. Japan is preparing for conflict. China is preparing for conflict. Europe is preparing for conflict because 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 the United States have made the world a far less stable place than it was for everybody involved. Hmm. My goodness. This stream is very disappointing, I have to say. It's okay. I'm a disappointment. You don't want to know the new strategy? Conrad, you don't want to know what the new strategy is? I know that you probably want me to do a breakdown of the crypto thing that's happening in Poland right now. Which probably maybe I should. In everything we do, we are putting America first. What follows is a national security strategy to describe and build upon the extraordinary strides we have made. This document is a roadmap to ensure that America remains the greatest and most successful nation in human history, which interestingly enough, this document ensures the opposite, actually ensures that it will have more competition on the international stage. Mm. Mm. God. We're putting America first. I already watched a video on the strategy. Oh, listen. It's not my fault that you spoiled it. Wait, did that video go through all of it? Because we're going to go through all of it. And everything we do, we put America first. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Roadmap, every dimension of our national strength. And we will make America safer, richer, freer, greater, and more powerful than ever before. Great. By moving from a world where the US is a dominant power to moving to a world which is divided into spheres of influence, where the big power has control over its territory. I don't know how that will make America safer, richer, freer, and greater, but I guess Trump knows better. Trump just knows better. Table of contents. Introduction. What is American strategy? This is great. How America's strategy went astray, and strategy is in quotation marks because before Trump, America had no strategy. It was just the Wild West. Nobody had no clue what they were doing. To ensure that America remains the world's strongest, richest, most powerful, and most successful country for decades to come, our country needs a coherent, focused strategy for how we interact with the world. And to get that right, all Americans need to know what exactly it is we are trying to do and why. What an empty statement. What an empty intro. Okay. A strategy is a concrete, realistic plan that explains the essential connection between ends and means. It begins from an assessment of what is desired and what tools are available or can realistically be created to achieve the desired outcomes. This sounds far more professional than what America is actually doing on the world stage, I will say. It sounds a lot more professional. But okay. A strategy must evaluate, sort, and prioritize. Not every country, region, issue, or cause, however worthy, can be the focus of American strategy. The purpose of foreign policy is the protection of core national interests. That is the sole focus of this strategy. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling that I will not agree with this assessment, but, surprise me. American strategies since the end of the Cold War have fallen short. They have been laundry lists of wishes or desires and states, have not clearly defined what we want, but instead stated vague platitudes and have often misjudged what we should want. Translation. The United States has operated on values, basically. It was a values-based policy since the Cold War. And under Donald Trump, we are adopting a business plan policy. a business plan model. No sentiments, it's all about business. That is how I'm understanding what is being written here, this little fragment. America was very vague. It operated on vague ideals and not really on cold, fact-based business approach. It did not always think of what it can get out of the situation or how it can profit. America was taken advantage of. That is a thing that Donald Trump has been talking about for a long time, ever since the 80s. After the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American domination of the entire world was in the best interest of our country. Yet the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. That is an interesting statement, considering that I would say that Russia's activities definitely threaten the interests of the United States, because Russia wants to assert its dominance all over the world, which means, by extension, that Russia wants to push out America out of various parts of the world. It definitely wants to push out America out of Europe, which it successfully is doing. Russia has very successfully managed to put a wedge between Europe and America. It definitely wants to minimize any sort of influence that America could have in Africa, in Asia. I don't know about Southern America, but I feel like the United States are actually and ironically moving towards a model which it would move back to some sort of a Monroe Doctrine, in which America would mainly focus on its turf, the Americas, plus maybe Asia, Russia would have Eastern Europe and the surrounding areas. China would have some sort of sphere of influence. It is not yet well understood what would that be in relation to Taiwan, although the United States have already indicated that Taiwan is actually not that great of concern to it. So Taiwan might as well be thrown under the bus, just as Ukraine is right now. Amazing. Let's continue. Cold War, after the Cold War. So yeah, it's really interesting, the policy towards China, Russia, India. Yeah, of course. Our elites badly miscalculated America's willingness to shoulder forever global burdens, to which the American people saw no connection to the national interest. Yeah, but this is the problem with how politics are run nowadays. It is the politician's job to see to make people see the national interests. It is the politician's job to influence. Okay, politicians are supposed to be, in no small degree, influencers of people's opinions. You're supposed to shape people's opinions. If a politician just rides the wave of people's opinions, then what sort of a politician are they? A politician is supposed to have conviction and is supposed to shape the opinions of the people to that conviction. So a skilled politician's job would be to demonstrate what the national interest is, not just hope that the people will see it. That is a very strange thing to say. Very weird thing to say. Uh, hmm. What a document. We're just getting started with it. Oh, summarize. Oh my God, AI can summarize this crap for me. That is such a depressing thought. Summarize it for me, AI. Please summarize this for me. Oh my God. AI is everywhere now. Badly miscalculated, no connection. The overestimated America's ability to fund simultaneously a massive welfare, regulatory, administrative state alongside a massive military, diplomatic, intelligence, and foreign aid complex. I mean, yeah, the United States is allegedly the richest country in the world. Yeah, it actually could afford it. It worked. So don't tell me all of a sudden that it couldn't. Also, I'm sorry to say, but the United States has never had a massive welfare regulatory administrative state, okay? Welfare is not exactly the biggest strength of the United States, I will say. And also, I cannot believe that this national security document is actually unironically doing the hey, if we spend too much in foreign aid, then we won't be able to tackle homelessness. Ani Ukichek says, first generation Ukrainian American here, and I love my mama and tato so much, but I'm glad they have journeyed to their next life and are not here to witness what has become of the country they fled in the 1940s. Yeah, it is unfortunate. I will be going to Ukraine very soon to continue reporting on the situation of the children, how the conflict affects them. I'll be doing a reporting on the kidnapped children. I'll be doing interviews with families that have gone through the brunt of the first days of the invasion. I have a few projects that I have lined up. Welcome to the stream. I have a feeling that you're here for the first time. Is it okay if I ask you how you found this stream? Is it okay if I ask you how you found your way here? So that I can, I always ask this to new viewers. If you're not new, then I apologize if I did not remember you. But your name looks kind of new. So there we go. It's ridiculous because it feels to me like this document is actually making the argument if we spend too much money here, then we won't have money there. As if it works, as if the whole thing worked with a system of a big pile of money, and we only have so much, and if we spend too much on the military or if we spend too much on foreign aid, then we will just not have enough to feed the homeless or shelter the homeless, or we will not have enough for healthcare. That is not how that works. That's definitely not how that works. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I heard that you are going. I'm very thankful for your work in Ukraine. I lurk a lot, Lucy. That didn't send me a while ago. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. I try my best to elevate the content. I've been on the In Times recently. I'm not sure if you've seen that. If you've seen my appearance on the In Time show. I was talking about Ukraine as well as promoting a different content creator that goes to Ukraine. His work. Okay, so they place hugely misguided, and also this also talks of U.S. aid that was butchered. The huge aid program that helped fund things like medication for people, that funded initiatives abroad, that funded AIDS prevention programs. USAID did a lot of work. For example, a lot of NGOs depended on the funding from USAID to investigate kidnapped children. So gutting USAID actually in Ukraine had a very, very direct negative impact when it comes to the rescue of the kidnapped children. Even when I was crossing the border from Poland to Ukraine and vice versa, I saw those toilets on the border and they had little signs that they were funded from USAID. So that's a thing. Ani Yukichik says, yes, that's where I learned you were going. Yeah, I've been going since 2000 to 2024. I've started going in 2024 and conduct the interviews. I'm going to start a new channel very, very soon. And I'm going to start a new channel very, very soon. I'm going to be uploading my interviews on it. It's going to be war-related material. I'm going to send something to somebody because I just remembered. Where is this? Okay, let's continue. So that is very silly. That is very interesting. They place hugely misguided and destructive bets on on globalism. There you go. There you go. The United States under Trump is anti-globalist. It depends on. I told you that there is a huge paradigm shift from the past administration, just the past administration, to the current administration. I've talked a lot about it in terms of Ukraine, but it has a lot more. It has a lot bigger implications, like moving away from globalism to very isolated, self-interested nation states, moving away from cooperation to competition. It's there's this document represents a shift in how world is supposed to be organized according to the United States. It placed hugely misguided and destructive bets on globalism and so-called free trade that hollowed out the very middle class, an industrial base on which American economic and military preeminence depend. They allowed allies and partners to offload the cost of their defense onto the American people, and sometimes to suck us into conflicts and controversies essential to their interests, but peripheral or irrelevant to our own. Okay. I would like to remind you that Article 5 has only been invoked once. Article 5 of NATO has only been used once. Article 5 states that an attack on a NATO country is an attack on all. And guess who invoked Article 5? Guess which country was the country to invoke it? Oh yeah, it was the United States. So I find it very comical that the United States of America would be talking about being sucked into conflicts, controversies, when in reality it was mostly the United States that has sucked other countries. It's very funny that the United States complains about being sucked into conflicts, but All right. God. America is being replaced hugely blah 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 because they're a defense. Yeah. So yeah, we already established that it was actually more the United States that have been sucking other countries into their own conflicts rather than the other way around. This is like more the other way around. And they lashed American policy to a network of international institutions, some of which are driven by outright anti-Americanism. I have no clue what this is in relation to. I have no clue which international institutions are driven by anti-Americanism. The European Union, the NATO? Which ones? Like be specific. Don't be so vague. Why is this document so cowardly? Why can't it say straight? I'm sorry, but again, if there's any country that is ultra anti-American, it's your current best buddy, Russia. And many by transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve individual state sovereignty. This refers to the European Union. This 100% refers to the European Union, to the Schengen zone, to the idea of being able to move freely between countries, to the idea that individual within the European Union, the idea of citizenship loses really its oomph because anybody can move anywhere, settle anywhere, get a job anywhere within the European Union. So that is definitely a job at the expense of the European Union. Transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve individual state sovereignty. This is basically as if I was reading the ramblings of a Eurosceptic. That they use the exact same language when discussing why the European Union is just bad. Like this is so blatant. There's no subtlety here. It's very simple, very easy to see what is being talked about. In sum, not only did our elites pursue a fundamentally undesirable and impossible goal, in doing so, they undermined the very means necessary to achieve that goal, the character of our nation upon which its power, wealth, and decency were built. I have no clue what the character of the nation is. I have no clue what that part is supposed to mean. For a business-oriented administration, it sure depends on a lot of vague and ideologically driven nonsense. 2. President Trump's necessary welcome correction. None of this was inevitable. President Trump's first administration proved that with the right leadership, making the right choices, all of the above could and should have been avoided. Oh my God. And much else achieved. He and his team successfully marshaled America's great strengths to correct course and begin ushering in a new golden age for our country. To continue the United States on that path is the overarching purpose of President Trump's second administration and of this document. Yeah, because I don't even know what to say. The world has become a more dangerous place than ever. under Donald Trump. This document is just ridiculous. This is what a oh my God, what a thing has hit us today. Necessary welcome connection. The questions before us now are: 1, what should the United States want? Okay, countries are not entities. Countries do not have wants. Okay, countries do not have wants and needs. There are certain national interests that the state can pursue, but the United States cannot want anything, okay? Because the United States is not an organism. Let's not go too far with the realism in international relations idea that states are just a bigger version of individual organisms. What are our available means to get it? And 3, how can we connect ends and means into a viable national security strategy? Okay, let's read. It seems more, again, it seems more like the state is being treated like a business, like you can just set business goals and how to achieve those goals and make that your national security strategy. What should the United States want? What does that even mean? What should the United States want? It should want self-preservation, I guess, like all the other states. Or is that the best strategy towards self-preservation? Conrad says, did you play Chrono Trigger on streams? If yes, did the game not start for you as well? Like not even starting? It did start. Yeah, I played it. I played Chrono Trigger on stream. It does not start for you? Hold on. You know what? Screw it, Conrad. You're my favorite viewer in the world. So I'm gonna, if it's not already, I'm gonna install Chrono Trigger right now for you. I'm gonna run it and I'm gonna see if it's gonna work. There's a probability that maybe you have some antivirus software that is preventing you from, that is blocking Chrono Trigger. There is one possibility that right off the bat comes to mind for me. That maybe you didn't click, oh, do you allow this program to make changes on your whatever? But I don't know, you'd make that. I don't know if you'd make that mistake. Maybe something installed incorrectly. Maybe you'll have to reinstall. Maybe you have to fix the file. That happens sometimes as well. So we're gonna try to run Chrono Trigger just for you to see what's up. In the meantime, we're gonna continue with the document. But yeah, I have played Chrono Trigger on stream before. So what do we want overall? What should we want is a very strange question to ask. First and foremost, we want the continued survival and safety of the United States as an independent sovereign republic whose government secures the God-given natural rights of its citizens and priorities their well-being and interests. So basically, we want self-preservation, you know, IR 101, International Relations 101. We want the state to exist and be sovereign and have autonomy. The thing that all states in the world want. Very basic stuff. I'm launching Chrono Trigger. I just launched it. It works. So I have no clue. I have no clue why it's wrong. You should be able to hear the intro right now to Chrono Trigger. It works. I just installed it on the laptop and it launched without any problems. So it should also launch without any problems for you. Yep, it launched without any issues for me. I exited the game. I'm done. I'm done with the game, but it worked. Try reinstalling it. Try checking if it's not blocked on your antivirus software. That happens a lot. If it's not on some list on your, if you're using any antivirus software, it might have flagged it. Yeah, you've done it. Then try reinstalling. There's an option to on Steam to check if your game is installed correctly. So you could just, it installed really quickly, so you could just try reinstalling the game. Did that as well. Have you tried installing it on a different hard drive? On a different partition? I don't know. I'm trying to think what the problem could be, but I have no clue. I don't know how to help you. No, I don't. Clearly, I don't. Okay. We want to protect this country, its people, its territory, its economy, and its way of life from military attack and hostile foreign influence. This is very tricky and very shady language because what does its way of life mean? America does not have just one way of life. It is a very diverse place with many different peoples, with many different interests and ways of life. So to say that you want to protect this country and its way of life and hostile foreign influence, what does hostile foreign influence mean? Does it just mean immigrants coming to live in the country? Hello, fake Alec Cal Parker. Does it mean certain groups wanting to assert cultural dominance over the others? Like, I know that under Trump, the way of life basically probably means white people, Anglo-Saxons, white Anglo-Saxons. That is basically what this probably means. I'm not a big fan of the language here. Foreign influence could mean anything from espionage or just immigrants coming to the United States to find a better life. Whether espionage, predatory trade practices basically can just mean that the country is selling to the United States more than it's buying. That is according to the Trump administration. Okay, continue. Oh, thank you for the tier 1. Lucy's woke DEI trans immigrant. Yeah, I know. I know. To impose my way of life. We want to protect its life, espionage. So predatory trade practices, according to Trump's administration, is when a foreign country sells more to the United States than it buys from the United States. Drug and human trafficking. I mean, okay, I guess that's fair. That's fair to fight against drug and human trafficking. Okay. Although human trafficking also, according to the Trump administration, includes just people wanting to come into the country to find a better opportunity. When I think of human trafficking, I think of people being kidnapped and trafficked, for example, for sex slave purposes, not people coming to the country of their own volition to try to build a new life in the country. These are not. Well, I'm afraid I could not help. Uh, okay, so blah 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 blah, blah orderly. Where we go? Destructive propaganda and influence operations. Cultural subversion. I have no clue what those mean. Those are very vague terms. Destructive propaganda. I genuinely don't know what this refers to. And influence operations. Cultural subversion. Also no clue what that's supposed to mean. Or any other threat to our nation. Also, the United States is in a quite unique position of there not being one nation, so to speak. I have no clue how you describe the United States as one nation. It's a bit more I feel like the United States is a bit more complex than that. We want full control over our borders. The United States have always had full control of its borders. What was the nickname of Obama? The deporter in chief? Like, come on, get out of here, okay? I'm sorry, but that is the nature of the state, of a nation state, that the state has full control over its borders. That's just a meaningless statement. We want full control over our borders. The United States already has and always has had full control over its borders. It's just stupid. This is just a stupid thing to say. Over our immigration system, same as with the border thing. And over transportation networks through which people come into our country, same as before. Legally and illegally. Okay, that's a very weird statement. We want to control the illegal flow into the country? It's what? What a weird phrasing. Very weird phrasing. We want full control over illegal entry to the country. I thought they wanted to stop all illegal entry into the country, but now it's fine, but they just want full control over it. We want a world in which migration is not merely orderly, but one in which sovereign countries work together to stop rather than facilitate destabilizing population flows, and have full control over whom they do not and do they do and do not admit. Yeah, that's already a thing. Okay? The state already has full control over who it does and does not admit into the country. So that's absolute. That is another empty statement by the government. That is another populist empty statement. Oh, till now there's been no control over who enters and who does not into the country, but the Trump administration will change that and save you. Also, what is destabilizing population flows? What does that mean? These are just, I feel like it's very unfortunate that a supposedly serious document is just filled with populist rhetoric, empty populist rhetoric. Oh, we want full control over immigration. You're the state. Of course, you have full control over who comes in and who does not. It's stupid. Very stupid. We want a resilient nation infrastructure that can withstand natural disasters. What are you referring to here? Resist and thwart foreign threats and prevent or mitigate any events that might harm the American people or disrupt the American economy. No adversary or danger should be able to hold America at risk. I mean, when was the last time when America was invaded exactly? They got it FEMA. Yeah, exactly. They got FEMA. We want infrastructure that would really be good in reacting to disasters, but we will also get rid of all the organizations that are supposed to bring disaster relief. Amazing. So much consistency. Make America great again. We want to recruit, train, equip, and field the world's most powerful, lethal, and technologically advanced military to protect our interests, deter wars, and, if necessary, win them quickly and decisively with the lowest possible casualties to our forces. The United States already has and has had the strongest military in the world, bar none, for long. So, another empty and silly statement by this document. We want to train the world's most powerful and lethal and technologically advanced military. That's already it's already here. Okay, the most powerful army is already here. What a stupid thing to say. And we want to build an even powerfuler army than the most powerful one. And we want a military in which every single service member is proud of their country and confident in their mission. Translation: we want every single service member to be a loyal dog that will never refuse order no matter how illegal it is, because, we've had this whole conversation recently over service people possibly being able to refuse orders if they are illegal. But that is not exactly what the Trump administration wants. Trump administration wants loyalty above anything else. Confident in their mission. That is, I feel like, an allusion to this whole idea of being able to refuse orders. We want the world's most robust, credible, and modern nuclear deterrent. Yeah, the United States already has that. Okay, cool. Plus next generation missile defenses. Already on it. Including a golden dome for the American homeland to protect the American people. Yeah, a golden money sink, you mean. American assets overseas and American allies. Okay, who are those allies exactly at this point? Who are these American allies at this juncture? Not Europe, not Canada, Mexico, South America. Who are you going to protect with these things? Who are your allies right now? What allies does the United States have left? We want the world's strongest, most dynamic, most innovative, and most advanced economy. We must the bestest economy. The US economy is the bedrock of the American way of life, which promises and delivers widespread and broad-based prosperity, creates upward mobility, and that is why the rich got the tax cuts and nobody else. And rewards hard work. Our economy is also the bedrock of our global position and the necessary foundation of our military. We want the world's most robust industrial base. American national power depends on a strong industrial sector capable of meeting both peacetime and wartime production demands. Well, good luck. Because industry has been... Well, there's been a lot of changes into how industry works. That requires not only direct defense industrial production capacity, but also defense-related production capacity. Cultivating American industrial strength must become the highest priority of national economic policy. We want the world's most robust, productive, and innovative energy sector, one capable not just of fueling American economic growth, but of being one of America's leading export industries in its own right. Oh, yeah, as countries just, completely abandoned, as countries arm and completely abandon even the idea of saving our planet from the brink of catastrophe, of ecological catastrophe, that thing called global warming. That has not stopped. That is still a thing. I guess we're doomed. I guess we are doomed. Drill, baby, drill. We're screwed. This alone just indicates that we are screwed. Nobody cares about green energy anymore. The two biggest pollutants in the world, or three biggest pollutants in the world, just completely don't care. Short-term energy security is worth sacrificing the planet in the long run, I guess. Who cares? We want to remain the world's most scientifically and technologically advanced and innovative country. Yeah, the United States will do that by attacking academia, by not allowing foreign students to study in America or settle in America. That is the way in which America will remain the world's most scientifically and technologically advanced and innovative country, by locking away a lot of young and bright minds from academia. That's brilliant. And to build on these strengths, and we want to protect our intellectual property from foreign theft. America's pioneering spirit is a key pillar to our continued economic dominance and military superiority. It must be preserved. Well, we want to maintain the United States' unrivaled soft power. Oh, God. Really? We're getting here? I want to read it again. We want to maintain the United States' unrivaled soft power, through which we exercise positive influence throughout the world that furthers our interests. In doing so, we will be unapologetic about our country's past and present while respectful to other countries. differing religions, cultures, and governing systems. Soft power that serves America's true national interest is effective only if we believe in our country's inherent greatness and decency. Holy shit. There's so much wrong with what's being written here. There's just so much wrong. Oh my goodness. First of all, the United States has all but flushed its soft power in the toilet by getting rid of US aid, the thing that facilitated America's soft power all around the globe. Second of all, I have no clue what whitewashing America's racist past of native genocide, slavery, etc. has to do with America's soft power around the globe. I have no clue what respecting non-democratic regimes has to do with having unrivaled soft power, because that is what this translates to. Respectful of other countries' governing systems. Translation: even if we are dealing with a complete dictatorship that cares not about human rights and oppresses its people, we just should respect it because, you know, that's the way of our soft power, I guess. Also, unapologetic about our country's past. Yeah, we should remove teaching about racism, about segregation, about slavery, about how indigenous people were treated. We should just remove it all from the textbooks because, you know, that weakens America's soft power somehow. Like, and just acknowledging historical reality is just detrimental to America's soft power, I suppose, which is very sad. We have to believe in a country's inherent greatness and decency. What a stupid thing to say. There's no such thing as a country's inherent greatness and decency. There's no such country that is inherently great or decent. Okay, a country is only as great or as decent as the people running it make it. Okay, there's no such as inherent greatness or decency. You know, it's just a bunch of populist nonsense. That is what this art document is. Fundamentally. Soft power. So basically just remove the instrument that was actually a very strong tool for America's soft power and replace it with a bunch of populist gibberish. That's the key to unlocking America's true soft power. Finally, we wanted the restoration and reinvigoration of American spiritual and cultural health, whatever the hell that means, without which long-term security is impossible. We want an America that cherishes its past glories and its heroes, like Robert Lee, and that looks forward to a new golden age. This is so vague. We want a people who are proud, happy, and optimistic that they will leave their country to the next generation better than they found it. We want a gainfully employed citizenry with no one sitting on the sidelines. Yeah, that's why instead of trying to help homeless people, give them a housing and a roadmap to being able to find work, to being able to find therapy, Trump has just cleared out homeless encampments because he called them a bunch of druggies and criminals. Well done. Yeah, nobody left behind, for sure. For sure. Who takes satisfaction from knowing that their work is essential to prosperity of our nation. Also, their work will be replaced with AI. I also almost forgot to mention that their satisfying jobs will be replaced with AI. Their work is essential to prosperity of our nation and the well-being of individuals and families. This cannot be accomplished without growing numbers of strong traditional families that raise healthy children. Okay. Just gonna fight against those evil gays to achieve that. 2. What do we want and from what do we want in and from what? Oh, what do we want in and from the world? Okay. That's a little bit confusing. Achieving these goals requires marshaling every resource to our national power. Yet this strategy's focus is foreign policy. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to read about foreign policy strategy here. I cannot wait. This is going to be great. Foreign policy. What are America's core foreign policy interests? What do we want in and from the world? Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is where the craziness begins. Because I'm pretty sure that there's some crazy things in here. We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable and well governed enough to prevent and discourage mass migration to the United States. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against narco-terrorists, cartels, and other transnational criminal organizations. Translation, we are the Western Hemisphere is our turf. We are the main pillar here. We are the main player, and everybody else has to kowtow to our demands. This is our sphere of influence, Monroe Doctrine and what have you. We want a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets that support critical supply chains. And we want to ensure our continued access to key strategic locations. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. There you go. There we go. The United States is just going back to the Monroe Doctrine, and by extension, it allows other big players to do the same, like Russia in its vicinity, which basically would be encouraging Russia to assert dominance over the past Soviet sphere, which would include the country that I'm in, Poland. And with weakening of NATO, with the United States announcing that it might partially withdraw from NATO, that does not spell well. It does not seem like a very happy time for us. We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open, preserving freedom of navigation in all crucial sea lanes, and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical materials. I assume that's about the Houthis? Is this talking about the Houthis? We want to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity, whatever the hell that means. I have no clue what that means. Europe has never had a... Okay, that is the biggest irony of this document, okay? That it very much opposes European integration. So it very much actually is against the forming of any sort of European identity, But it also says that it wants to restore Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. There's no such thing as a unified Europe civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. Europe has always been fragmented into several different identities depending on each individual country, each individual nation state, at least ever since the 19th century. It has never held this unified civilizational self-confidence or the Western identity. Europe has never had a single identity. There's no such thing as a single European identity. If anything, the European Union kind of sort of tries to facilitate this feeling of I'm German, but I'm also European. I'm Polish, but I'm also European. But the Trump administration is Eurosceptic. So these feel very contradictory, these positions. We want to prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East, its oil and gas supplies, and the choke points through which they pass, while avoiding the forever wars that bogged us down in that region at great cost. Well, too bad, because Israel keeps bombing Gaza. We want to ensure that US technology and US standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. An empty statement. These are the United States' core vital national interests. While we also have these are the interests we must focus on above all others, and that we ignore and neglect at our peril. Yeah. Also about Europe, the Western identity. I know what this also refers to. It refers to wokeness, censoring freedom of speech, putting fines on American social media platforms such as X or Twitter. Yeah, we must stop wokeness in Europe. That is of the utmost national interests of the United States, to stop the wokeness, to defeat the wokies. Faye Cal Parker says, I think he wants to either restore the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, or the Nazis. If Elon Musk is any indication of what they want, then they want to restore the Nazis. Elon Musk, the former weird person within the government that really is supporting the actual neo-Nazi party within Germany. I don't know. I feel very suspicious of rhetoric that speaks of any sort of Western civilization or Western identity to Europe. All this sort of civilizational talk always rubs me the wrong way, especially in a document like this vague notion of we need to restore Western identity within Europe. It is of our utmost interest. Okay. All right. What are America's available means to get what we want? Okay, this should be interesting. This should be very interesting, okay? What does America actually intend to do? What tools? America retains the world's most enviable position with world-leading assets, resources, and advantages, which the Trump administration keeps pissing into the wind, all those advantages and favorable positions. Among them was getting rid of US aid. There was one way for the United States to basically piss away its favorable position when it comes to soft power. A still nimble political system that can course correct. The world's single largest and most innovative economy, which both generates wealth we can invest in strategic interests and provides leverage over countries that want access to our markets. I mean, that does not exactly work out that way now, does it? Now you're actively creating a world in which people will be able to find alternatives to the American markets, actually. The world's leading financial system and capital markets, including the dollar's global reserve currency status. Yeah, Trump is actively trying to undermine that, actually. Trump is doing his very best to undermine the dollar's position in the world. That is very funny that Trump's own action directly undermined the tools listed in this document. The world's most advanced, most innovative, and most profitable technology sector, which undergirds our economy, provides a qualitative edge to our military and strengthens our global influence. Again, this is something that is actively being undermined by Donald Trump through his attack on the academia sector. Like, Trump just undermines these tools listed here actively through his policy. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll be able to cross some of them out soon as the Trump presidency goes on. The world's most powerful and capable military. Wait, but you said above that you want to build the world's most powerful and capable military. But here you're saying that you already have one? So which is it? Are you still building the most powerful military? Or does the United States already have the most powerful military? Because as I've said on a few occasions, it just cannot be both. It cannot be both at the same time. We're still building the most powerful military, but also actually we already have one. Pick a lane. Please pick a lane. A broad network of alliances with treaty allies and partners in the world's most strategically important regions. Okay. A broad network of alliances. Damaged relationship with Canada, damaged relationship with Mexico, damaged relationship with the European Union, increasingly damaged relationship with Taiwan, damaged relationship with Japan, I'm not so sure. But definitely the United States is damaging relationship with its key allies and trying to build some relationships with Russia, for example. I don't know. This feels like a tool that is being very actively squandered by the United States of America. The allies part. Definitely. Ridiculously so. That is definitely a broad network of alliances is definitely a point that we'll be able to, with time, cross out. An enviable geography with abundant natural resources, no competing powers physically dominant in our hemisphere borders at no risk of military invasion, and other great powers separated by vast oceans. Wait, so you say that you are in no danger of invasion, great geography, but you want to build a golden dome to prevent invasion. Also, wait, hold on. If you're in no danger of military invasion, why the Golden Dome? What is the purpose of the Golden Globe or Golden Dome? Unmatched soft power and cultural influence. And unmatched soft power has been already undermined by the United States itself through the decapitation of US aid. So actually the United States unmatched soft power is becoming further and further, I think, of the past. No longer. The courage, willpower, and patriotism of the American people. That means nothing. That is again what a meaningless point. In addition, through President Trump's robust domestic agenda, the United States is reinstalling a culture of competence, rooting out the so-called DEI and other discriminatory anti-competitive practices that degrade our institutions and hold us back. Yeah, because diversity and inclusion are such bad things. Who cares about the history of discrimination, the history of um, putting whole groups of people down, the history of locking away opportunity from people? DEI is evil. And also because the United States has to do away with DEI, it also has to do away with investigating into indigenous women being kidnapped or killed, because that is the essence of rooting out DEI and bringing back competence and rooting out discriminatory practices, like defending minorities, protecting minorities, and all such DEI crap, protecting people from being kidnapped and murdered, all that kind of stuff. That's all DEI, and thank God we've done away with it. Away with DEI. Unleashing our enormous energy production capacity as a strategic priority to fuel growth and innovation and to bolster and rebuild the middle class. I am not sure what this is supposed to mean, actually. I'm not super what the releasing the energy potential is supposed to mean. Unleashing. Reindustrializing our economy again to further support the middle class and control of our own supply chains and production capacities. So I guess the Trump administration wants to rework how production works around the world, which is good luck. Because things are not just produced in one place anymore. They're produced, various parts are produced all over the world. The production chain is globalized, which I guess globalization is something that this document hates. So it will just bring it all back here. But the whole point of the globalized production was that it lowered costs. So bringing back everything to domestic production would just up those costs once again. So everything would be more expensive. Is that what making America great again means? Returning economic freedom to our citizens via historic tax cuts to the rich and the regulatory efforts making the United States the premier place to do business and invest capital. Yeah, real historic deregulatory efforts, which means that you can have such amazing things like poop in your water because, safety is not regulated anymore. Health standards are not regulated anymore. So you can have a rotten grain in your bread and poop in your water because who cares? There's no regulation. Historical deregulatory measures have been taken to make sure that nobody checks what you eat and what water you drink and so on and so forth, what kind of air you breathe in. Amazing. Imagine flaunting deregulation as some kind of a Mm, let me see. Uh, uh, okay. All right. What a silly, silly thing. Sorry. Why would you brag about deregulation? It still baffles the mind. It still baffles me to no end that anybody would be like, "Oh yeah, we've deregulated your water. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? Now you can, smell the. I've already said it, but literally, you can smell the poop in your water. You're gonna smell it, and you're gonna like it. You're gonna. Holy, my God. You're welcome. Bragging about the regulation. Wow. Investing in emerging technologies and base science to ensure our continued prosperity, competitive advantage, and military dominance for a future generation. Based science. Oof. The goal of this strategy is to tie together all of these world-leading assets and others of strengthening American power and preeminence and make our country even greater than it ever has been. I thought it was not great and that you needed to make it great again. I thought it was not great. I thought it sucked and you needed to make it great. I thought Biden made it suck. The strategy, principles. President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist. Wait, President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist. What? What the what? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is such babble. Okay, let me try again. Okay, let me try to read this again because I'm gonna take a swing at this again. President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist, principled without being idealistic, muscular without being hawkish, and restrained without being dovish. What the fuck does that for what? It is not grounded in traditional political ideology. Translation, it's batshit insane and just we throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. It is motivated above all by what works for America, or in 2 words, America first. Sure, of course. That's why America makes enemies of its most key allies. It's because America first and what works for America. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh god. Muscular. The muscular foreign policy of Donald Trump. President Trump has cemented his legacy as the president of President Trump has cemented his legacy as the president of peace. I read as I prepare to head back to Ukraine and dodge drones and bombs. Holy crap. As I prepare to head back to Ukraine, to cemented his legacy as a president of peace. What a piece of shit president. In addition to the remarkable success achieved during his first term with the historic Abraham Accords, President Trump has leveraged his deal making. Oh my god. This cannot be serious. Wait, no, this is actually a serious document. This is not a parody. This is not a parody article. Okay. President Trump has leveraged his deal-making ability to secure unprecedented peace in 8 conflicts. Bullshit. He has not ended those conflicts throughout the world over the course of just 8 months of his second term. He negotiated peace between Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the DRC, Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We could actually do a little bit of a check and see if any of those conflicts are still raging on. So, this is very easily verifiable. It's silly to keep claiming that he has ended 8 conflicts when he had not ended them at all. Armenia, Azerbaijan, and ended the war in Gaza with all living hostages returned to their families. And yet Israel continues to bomb Gaza. So I don't know. I just don't know. Stopping regional conflicts before they spiral into global wars that drag down whole continents is worthy of the commander-in-chief's attention and priority for his administration. Yeah, one way to stop regional conflicts from spiraling is to, for example, give Russia all that it wants and give it all the tools that it needs to invade in the future. That is exactly what is needed. Thank you, God. Apologies. A world on fire where wars come to our shores is bad for American interest. What? President Trump uses unconventional diplomacy. Yeah. Make shit up as you go. That's Trump's unconventional diplomacy. Okay? Trump's unconventional diplomacy dictates that he has to threaten, pressure, and isolate the victim of a genocidal invasion. That is Trump's unconventional diplomacy. It is one way to describe whatever the fuck he's doing. America's military might and economic leverage to surgically extinguish embers of division between nuclear-capable nations and violent wars caused by centuries-long hatred. Yeah, how is that working in Ukraine? Oh wait, it's not. Actually, it's not working out at all. Not only has Putin completely rejected the peace plan, he has gone to India to cement business relations with India, to show the United States that he has alternatives, that he has options, and that he does not have to just agree to anything that the United States throws Russia's way. Yeah, amazing. The unorthodox diplomacy is showing results. It's amazing. Amazing to see. President Trump has proven that American foreign defense and intelligence policies must be driven by the following basic principles. There we go. We'll see. Focused attention on the national interest. Since at least the end of the Cold War, administrations have often published national security strategies that seek to expand the definition of America's national interests such that almost no issue or endeavor is considered outside of its scope. But to focus on everything is to focus on nothing. America's current national security interests shall be our focus. Okay, it's pretty useless if you haven't named them. Like you say that past administrations have focused on everything, but you haven't listed the things that you focus on, so that's pretty useless as well. Because if I don't know what your focused scope is, then what am I supposed to say? It's really a worthless statement all of a sudden, isn't it? All of a sudden, not so good. Peace through strength. Strength is the best deterrent. Countries or other actors sufficiently deterred from threatening American interests will not do so, and yet Russia continues to do so every single day throughout the peace process. Also, peace through strength is bullshit. Nobody respects America's strength right now. It's more like peace through business. That is what should be the title here. Peace through business. Try to bribe countries into peace. Try to build economic relations. Peace through business. I'm willing to believe that. But peace through strength don't make me laugh. In addition, strength can enable us to achieve peace. because parties that respect our strength often seek our help and are receptive to our efforts to resolve conflicts and maintain peace. The problem with that is that, yes, Ukraine has respected America's help, strength and sought its help. But the problem is that America is backstabbing Ukraine. So already your whole model of peace through strength is backfiring because no country will trust you. No country will trust you after what's happening with Ukraine. Who cares if you're strong and if you could help countries through the strength to gain peace? Ukraine is trying to ask you for help, is respecting your strength, but you're just saying you're not grateful enough, you have no cards, and you should give up and give Russia what it wants. So this is a completely contradictory stance to what you're actually doing in reality. Therefore, the United States must maintain the strongest economy, develop the most advanced technologies, bolster our society's cultural health, and field the most capable military. Hmm. Ridiculous. Predisposition to no interventionism. In the Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid down a clear preference for non-interventionism. The founding fathers. Because if you should base your foreign policy on anything, you should base it on what people from hundreds of years ago said and did. That is exactly what you should be doing. In the Declaration of Independence, preference for non-intervention in the affairs of other nations, and made clear the basis just as all human beings possess God-given equal natural rights. I guess unless they're black or whatever, let's not get into this. All nations are entitled by the laws of nature, and nature is God, to a separate and equal station with respect to one another. Separate but equal. For a country whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours, rigid adherence to non-interventionism is not possible. Yet, this predisposition, oh my God. Yet this predisposition should set a high bar for what constitutes a justified intervention. Again, this is vague and does not really tell me anything. This is an extremely vague point. Flexible realism. Oh, wow. Okay. The new type of IR school, flexible realism. US policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with the nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs widely from their traditions and histories. There's no such thing as Oh my God. Yeah, we don't have democracy. It's just not within our history and traditions. Like, what the? This is very bizarrely. Um, I'll be right back. Fido is here. Fido is in the room with me. Is Fido in the room with you right now? Flexible realism. US policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. We seek good relations. Oh, yeah. So basically, we have to do business as usual with any country, no matter how horrible it is, what horrible goals they seek. Basically, this is the basis for current policy when it comes to peace negotiations with Russia. This is basically why the negotiations with Russia are going as they are going, because of this flexible realism. We recognize and affirm there is nothing inconsistent or hypercritical in acting according to such realistic assessment, or in maintaining good relations with countries whose governing systems and societies differ from ours, even as we push like-minded friends to uphold our shared norms, furthering our interests as we do so. Wait, but you don't... Who are your like-minded friends? I'm being led to believe that like-minded friends for you are Russia and China and I don't know, definitely not Europe, definitely not Canada. Who are your like-minded friends? That is the question that I have to pose. Who are they? Okay. Primacy of nations. Oh, this is a big one. This is an important one. The world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation state, which is interesting because the nation state is not the be all and all. Countries did not begin with nation states, and countries will definitely not end with nation states. There were different systems that were not nation states, such as the composite states. I would actually posit a question if the United States is a traditional form of a nation state. Can we call? Yeah, the US could be seen as a composite state, not as a nation state. This is very interesting. Very interesting that the United States is the world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation state. The United States is not even a nation state in the traditional sense. It's more of a composite state or a multinational state. So it's like it's funny that the United States in its security document writes about how the most fundamental structure is the nation state when it itself is not exactly a nation state. It is natural and just that all it is natural and just that all nations put their interests first and guard their sovereignty. The world works best when nations prioritize their interests. The United States will put our own interests first and in our relations with other nations, encourage them to prioritize their own interests as well. I can't get over this. I can get over the fact that the United States speak of the importance and the very basic structure that is the nation state without being one itself. It's just so ridiculous. But it is what it is, I guess. No co? Wojdusiu. No co? One moment, I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. So right off the bat, the United States not a nation state in a traditional sense, and yet keeps talking about the importance of the nation statehood. The world works best when nations prioritize their interests. The United States will put on their own interests first, and in our relations with other nations, encourage them to prioritize their own interests as well. We stand for the sovereign rights of nations against the sovereignty sapping instructions of the most intrusive transnational organizations. There you go. This is a direct jab at the European Union, which is ironic because the United States is, in fact, a union of states. Okay? It is very interesting that the United States says we stand for sovereignty rights of nations against the sovereignty sapping instructions of the most intrusive transnational organizations. You could argue that the United States itself is an intrusive transnational organization. You know, the United States, the federal government. I just cannot believe this primacy of nations bullshit is written by the United States. So that they assist rather than hinder individual sovereignty and further American interests. This is a direct jab at the European Union, how the European Union stifles sovereignty of individual states. Sovereignty and respect. The United States will unapologetically protect our own sovereignty. This includes preventing its erosion by transnational and international organizations, attempts by foreign powers or entities to censor our discourse or curtail our citizens' free speech rights, lobbying and influence operations that seek to steer our policies or involve us in foreign conflicts, and the cynical manipulation of our immigration system to build a voting bloc loyal to foreign interests within the country. Yeah, this is basically a nod to the conspiracy theory about undocumented immigrants being used to vote for the Democrats, which I guess the Democrats serve foreign interests or something. The United States will chart our own course in the world and determine our own destiny, free of outside interference. Who exactly is interfering in the United States? Balance of power. Now we're entering the true realist school of international relations, the balance of power. The United States cannot allow any nation to become so dominant that it could threaten our interests. And yet you're actively working to make that happen with Russia. You're actively working to allow Russia to become so powerful as to threaten American interests. But I guess Donald Trump is just too stupid to see that. We will work with allies and partners. I have no clue. I keep repeating that, but I actually mean it. I have no clue who allies and friends of the United States are supposed to be at this point. I don't know who the allies are. I have no idea who the partners are. I have no clue who those entities are. Because again, definitely not Canada, definitely not Europe. I have no clue. And I suspect many people don't either. We will work with them to maintain global and regional balances of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries. So this painful fragment means that basically we will give Russia its own little sphere of influence, we will give China its little sphere of influence, etc. We will build this world order in which little countries will have little to nothing to say, and the big countries will just, dictate within their spheres of influence, and the US will just retreat to its little Monroe Doctrine crap. Oh, probably Argentina? Yeah, probably. So, yeah. As the United States reflects the ill-fated concept of global domination for itself, we must prevent the global and in some cases even regional domination of others. I just cannot believe this. Russia has been trying to undermine the unipolar world order, and build not a unipolar world order, but a multipolar world order. But the United States is just, giving it all up. The United States says, yeah, okay, have your part of the world. Russia, have your part of the world. This is insane. This is so stupid. How is this in the interest of the United States to build up adversaries to have to compete against? How is this in the interest of the United States to build up your competition in the world? This is so silly. This does not mean wasting blood and treasure to curtail the influence of all world's great and middle powers. Yeah, it does. You're doing that with Russia now, actively. The outsized influence of larger, richer, and stronger nations is a timeless truth of international relations. Oh my God. The realist school of international relations. This reality sometimes entails working with partners to thwart ambitions that threaten our joint interests. Yeah, I guess in this case study, Russia and the United States are working together to thwart Ukraine's ambitions to threaten joint interests of the United States and Russia to do business together. Amazing. Pro-American worker. American policy will be pro-worker, not merely pro-growth, and it will prioritize our own workers. Yeah, that's why AI is taking over jobs, because worker is number one. That's just so well said. That is why there's this huge projection that a lot of jobs will be made redundant in the near future, and people will not have jobs because, AI will take over. Brilliant. Truly the worker number one mindset. We must rebuild an economy in which prosperity is broadly based and widely shared, not concentrated at the top. Yeah, that's exactly why Trump gave all those tax cuts to the richest. It's because he does not want wealth concentration at the top, localized in certain industries or a few parts of our country. Yeah, of course. Fairness. Jesus Christ. From military alliances to trade relations. Oh, yeah. From military alliances to trade relations and beyond, the United States will insist on being treated fairly by other countries. We will no longer tolerate and can no longer afford free-riding trade imbalances, as in the United States understands trade imbalance to be they sell us more than buy from us, which is a silly way to look at trade imbalances, because the United States does not only trade in goods, the United States also trades in services. Predatory economic practices and other impositions on our nation's historic goodwill that disadvantage our interests. As we want our allies to be rich and capable, so must our allies see that it is in their interest that the United States also remain rich and capable. Yeah, because the United States has been so poor and incapable before Trump took office. In particular, we expect our allies to spend far more of their national gross domestic product on their own defense, to start to make up for the enormous imbalance accrued over decades of much greater spending by the United States, which is interesting because the United States actually does not reach 5% of spending for defense in GDP. That's one. And second of all, on the one hand, the United States pushes NATO to spend 5% of GDP, but it also does not want an integrated defense industry in Europe. It wants a bunch of individualized countries to spend 5% GDP, and it wants them to buy from the United States. The United States definitely do not want Europe to develop its own capable defense industry that would produce at scale, because that would be very much against U.S. interest. So there's a few contradictions in here. Competence and merit. Oh, fuck me. More populist anti-DEI stuff. Competence and merit. American prosperity and security depends on the development and promotion of competence. Competence and merit are among our greatest civilizational advantages. Yeah, competence and merit, which is why you have universities that give points if your parents used to go to that same university. That's competence and merit. The merit of being born into a rich family that can give you extra activities that will get you extra points on your entry exam to your university. Yeah, that's competence and merit. I'm sorry, but America is not built on competence and merit. This is such a silly thing to say. Competence and merit are among our greatest civilization advantages, where the best Americans are hired, promoted, and honored. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. That is such bullshit. Uh, uh, competent merit. Competence and merit when Witkoff is the special envoy to Ukraine with zero experience in diplomacy. Zero. Amazing. You can turn that off. Oh, God. Competence and merit. Why do you hate the stream, Conrad? What's wrong with the stream? I love it. I love the competence and merit angle. When the most incompetent people are the Minister of Health is the most incompetent buffoon in the universe. a zero experience with healthcare. But you know what? Everything is based on competence and merit in the United States. Competence and merit are our greatest civilizational advantages. The best Americans are hired, promoted, and honored. Sure. I said it's amazing. No, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your support. Fuck me. Innovation and prosperity follow. Should competence be destroyed or systemically discouraged? Complex systems, what we take for granted, from infrastructure to national security to education and research, will cease to function. Yeah, RFK Jr. is the uh, Secretary of Health. Okay. I'm gonna go back to Witkoff being the special envoy to Ukraine. Hexas, the ex Fox News host, is the Secretary of War. Are you asking about my dead name? Maybe. Maybe. You will never know. There's so much excitement in the chat. Competence and merit. Where was I? Oh yeah, should merit be smothered? America's historical advantages in science, technology, industry, defense, and innovation will evaporate. This is such a funny statement considering the entirety of the Trump administration. This is just amazing. I mean, it's whatever. I've given enough information about my father that anybody that would be stubborn enough could be look into it and find out who I am. That is true. Also, my father's death was a pretty public affair as well, so whatever. Okay, let's continue. America's historical advantages evaporate. The success of radical ideologies that seek to replace competence and merit with favored group status. Sure. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Success of radical ideologies that seek to replace competence and merit with favored group status. Do you mean MAGA? Do you mean that favorite group status? Did you find anything? That is very funny. Favorite group status would render America unrecognizable and unable to defend itself. Holy moly. Oh. Well, if you know who my father was, then you know who I am. Like, it's not a huge leap. Okay? So, what do you think of my father? Since you know who he was, then you might as well give your opinion on him as a person that looked into him. Sure. Yeah. Well, he was very socialist oriented, definitely. He was quite liked. Although he grew a bit centrist in later years, but I think I can excuse his centrism considering that he did it for this whole project to secure money for ex-opposition people. That was like his big project that he ended up succeeding in, securing a monthly support for opposition people that fought against the communist regime. I think that was his last. It can be pretty bad, yeah. Centrism can be pretty bad, especially if you try to shake hands with super far right people, which for him was sometimes necessary, especially when law and justice was in charge. He was definitely not a centrist when he was after 1989. Some do. Competence and merit. At the same time, we cannot allow meritocracy to be used as a justification to open America's labor market to the world in the name of finding the global talent that undercuts Americans' workers and our every principle and act. That's bullshit. Of course, that is complete bullshit. And of course, Trump himself said that Americans are not talented enough and that actually America needs to bring in foreign talent. So I guess Trump is undermining this shitty document. Personally, America and Americans must always come first. Priorities. The era of mass migration is over because America was totally not built on mass migration, right? America was totally not built on the idea of the American dream of coming to America and making a life for yourself. What a joke. Who a country admits into its borders, in what numbers and from where, will inevitably define the future of that nation. Yeah, I'm going to repeat this because maybe it did not register. The United States is definitely not a nation state in the traditional sense. It does not have a single nation, quote unquote, in the traditional sense. So, which is in the case of the United States, it really is a farcical joke to speak of the future of that nation when the United States, as the name implies, is a union of states. It's a union of states. It's very interesting. A document that does not understand the nature of the structure of its own country. Any country that considers itself sovereign has the right and the duty to define its future. Throughout history, sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration and granted citizens only throughout history. Okay, this is really interesting because this document actually seems to imply that nation states have always been a thing throughout history, which is, oh my God, what a laughable thing to write, to put to writing. Throughout history, sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration and granted citizenship only rarely to foreigners who also had to meet demanding criteria. Citizenship did not used to be a thing for a really long time in countries, and there was no such thing as border control for a really long time throughout the history of countries. So there is no such thing as throughout history sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration. I will tell you, migration throughout history was quite uncontrolled. This is why in Europe, before World War II, there were many different ethnic groups living throughout Europe, which is why World War I, when the consolidation of nation state was happening, was also a period of some of the biggest ethnic cleansing in history. Because, for example, the Germans living in England were suddenly considered to be foreign nationals that would be in war more loyal to Germany rather than England. So they had to be expulsed. Like this document betrays a lot of ignorance about history, about how countries functioned. The West's experience over the past decades vindicates this enduring wisdom. What enduring wisdom? The enduring wisdom that found its origin in the 19th century? In countries throughout the world, mass migration has strained domestic resources, increased violence, and other crime. That's not true. That is not true at all. It's just populist bullshit. Data completely contradicts this narrative. Weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, and undermined national security. The era of mass migration must end. Border security is the primary element of national security. We must protect our country from invasion, not just from unchecked migration, but from cross-border threats such as terrorism, drugs, espionage, and human trafficking. A border controlled by the will of the American people as implemented by their government is fundamental to the survival of the United States as a sovereign republic. So much populist fluff. I cannot believe. Protection of core rights and liberties. The purpose of the American government is to secure the God-given natural rights of American citizens. Okay, go on. To this end, departments and agencies of the United States government have been granted fearsome powers. Those powers must never be abused, whether under the guise of decentralization. The United States is decentralized by its very nature because you have states that decide on, well, interstate affairs, no? Like domestically, it's the state governments that decide on what happens in a given state. So United States is actually quite decentralized by design. Protecting our democracy. Oh, snap. I guess protecting democracy is bad. Protecting democracy is just a pretext to abuse fearsome powers of agencies. Very interesting that this document seems offended by the idea of protecting democracy or any other pretext. When and where those powers are abused, abusers must be held accountable. In particular, the rights of free speech, freedom of religion, and of conscience, and the right to choose and steer our common government and core rights that must never be infringed. Regarding countries that share or say they share these principles, the United States will advocate strongly that they be upheld in letter and spirit. We will oppose elite-driven anti-democratic restrictions on core liberties in Europe. For example, fighting discrimination against minorities is just anti-free speech. The Anglosphere and the rest of the democratic world, especially among our allies, which I have no clue who those are at this point. I have no clue who the United States counts as allies. Burden sharing and burden shifting. The days of the United States propping up the entire world order like Atlas are over. We count among our many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that must assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. President Trump has set a new global standard with the Hague Commitment, which pledges NATO countries to spend 5% of GDP on defense, and which our NATO allies have endorsed, apart from Switzerland, I think. Or was it actually, which country said that it wouldn't do it? Spain? Is it Spain or Switzerland? Spain, I think. Spain, I think, said that it would not do it. I think Spain refused the 5% thing. I was shamed by the US for it. Which NATO allies have endorsed and must now meet. Continuing President Trump's approach of asking allies to assume primary responsibility for their regions, the United States will organize a burden-sharing network with our government and convener and supporter. Yeah, the United States actually wants NATO to do more, a lot more, and if NATO does not meet a list of criteria till 2027, it will partly remove itself from the alliance and will remove its promise to help other NATO states, other NATO countries in case they were in trouble. That was already a promise made by that would be an interesting read, certainly, if Poland did. This approach ensures that burdens are shared and that all such efforts benefit from broadened legitimacy. I genuinely think that Europe actually should step up its game and just build a unified defense industry and all that stuff, because the United States are increasingly becoming an unreliable ally. And just, but it should not just be a bunch of independent nation states spending 5% of their GDP. There has to be a unified effort, because individual nation states with their individual defense industries are just wasting money. They will not be able to produce at the necessary scale, which also translates to spending more for less. That is the reality of the situation. So yeah, the model will be targeted partnerships that use economic tools to align incentives, share burdens with like-minded allies. I don't know who those are, and insist on reforms that anchor long-term stability. This strategic clarity will allow the United States to counter hostile and subversive influences effectively while avoiding the overexertion and diffuse focus that undermined past efforts. The United States will stand ready to help, potentially through more favorable treatment on commercial matters, technology sharing, and defense procurement. Those countries that willingly take more responsibility for security in their neighborhoods and align their export controls with ours. Translation: we will not directly help through troops on the ground. We will only help by selling you guns and missiles. So that kind of defeats the purpose of Article 5 in my mind, which is again interesting because the only country that has ever invoked it is actually the United States. So that's not good. Realignment through peace. How long is this document actually? "29 pages. And we are on page 13. Seeking peace deals at President's direction, even in regions and countries peripheral to our immediate core interest, is an effective way to increase stability, strengthen America's global influence, realign countries and regions towards our interests, and open new markets, like the Russian markets, for example. The resources required boil down to presidential diplomacy, which our great nation can embrace only with competent leadership. The dividends to end long-standing conflicts, lives saved, new friends made. What a joke. Can vastly outweigh the relatively minor costs of time and attention. Yeah, if we just make friends with Russia and throw Ukraine under the bus, the positives will far outweigh the negatives, even if Europe's whole security will be thrown under the bus as well. Who cares? We can make business great again. Am I right, fellas? Economic security. Finally, because economic security is fundamental to national security, we will work to further strengthen the American economy with emphasis on balanced trade. The United States will prioritize rebalancing our trade relations, reducing trade deficits, opposing barriers to our exports, and ending dumping and other anti-competitive practices that hurt American industries and workers. We seek fair reciprocal trade deals with nations that want to trade with us on basis of mutual benefit and respect. But our priorities must and will be our own workers on our addressing our own national security. Of course, a bunch of vague nothings, considering that the workers in the United States are all but not taken care of. Securing access to critical supply chains and materials. Oof. As Alexander Hamilton argued in Our Republic's earliest days, the United States must never be dependent on any outside power for core components. Well, from raw minerals to parts to finished products. This is very funny considering that actually, as was pointed out by Vladimir Putin, this is very interesting. Vladimir Putin just took a jab at the United States by saying that the United States sanctioned Russian energy, but also purchases nuclear components from Russia. Just very interesting. That was a very interesting jab at that Vladimir Putin took directly at the United States very recently. So much for being respected in the world. We must resecure our own independent and reliable access to the goods we need to defend ourselves and preserve our way of life. This will require expanding America's access to critical minerals and materials while countering predatory economic practices. Moreover, the intelligence community will monitor key supply chains and technological advances around the world to ensure we understand and mitigate vulnerabilities and threats to American security and prosperity. Translation: we will sign as many exploitative mineral deals with many countries as possible. The United States has very recently signed such a deal with Ukraine, but this, in the face of the peace deal that is being proposed, this mineral deal is becoming increasingly a worthless piece of paper. If Ukraine agreed to the peace deal as it was first proposed by the United States, then the mineral deal will become completely useless, as a lot of those minerals that Ukraine has are in the Donbass region, and the Donbass region is supposedly being handed over to Russia. So, you know. Reindustrialization. The future belongs to markers. The United States will reindustrialize its economy, reshore industrial production, and encourage and attract investment in our economy and our workforce. Good luck. First of all, the way that production is globalized, individual parts are being made cheaper all around the world and then shipped to further completion of the product. It's good luck with bringing it all back to the United States without largely raising prices. Also, if you're gonna bring back the industrialization to the United States, it's not gonna be done by workers, it's gonna be done by machines and increasingly AI. So it's not exactly going to give a bunch of people new jobs either, even if you would bring some of that back to the United States. Critical emerging technology sectors that will define the future. We will do so through the strategic use of tariffs and new technologies that favor widespread industrial production in every corner of our nation, raise living standards for American workers, and ensure that our country is never again reliant on any adversary present or potential for critical products or components. Good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck producing everything from A to Z. Good luck producing everything from start to finish in America. Considering how production is being organized right now globally. Without raising the cost, I mean. Reviving our defense industrial base. A strong, capable military cannot exist without a strong, capable defense industrial base. The huge gap demonstrated in recent conflicts between the huge gap demonstrated in recent conflicts between low-cost drones and missiles versus the expensive systems required to defend against them has laid bare our need to change and adapt. Actually, Ukraine has developed a lot of cheaper alternatives to combat drones. So Ukraine is actually a very valuable resource of knowledge and experience when it comes to combating drone threats. America requires a national mobilization to innovate powerful defenses at low cost, to produce the most capable and modern systems and munitions at scale, and to reshore our defense industrial supply chains. In particular, we must provide our warfighters with the full range of capabilities, ranging from low-cost weapons that can defeat most adversaries up to the most capable high-end systems necessary for conflict with a sophisticated enemy, and to realize President Trump's vision of peace through strength, which is a joke considering how Trump conducts diplomacy right now. Not peace through strength, but peace through business. We must do so quickly. We will also encourage the revitalization of the industrial bases of our allies and partners to strengthen collective defense, which is a joke considering that the United States is putting zero pressure on Russia, no pressure, no peace through strength when it comes to Russia. No, if you will not sit at the table, then we will utilize our strength and we will push you out of Ukraine completely. How's that for peace through strength? We will provide Ukraine with so much firepower that you'll be begging to sit at the table. That would be peace for strength, but we will never see that happen. Not under the Trump administration. There's just no way that will happen. There is a zero chance. There's no way. Energy dominance. Restoring American energy dominance in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear. Yeah, oil, gas, coal, thanks. We'll just kill the planet all that faster, won't we? It's okay. Who cares about wars when big chunks of the planet will become uninhabitable soon enough? Then we will have a real immigration crisis on our hands, the likes of which we haven't even begun to see. Wait till the real immigration crises begin. And reshoring the necessary key energy components is a top strategic priority. Cheap and abundant energy will produce well-paying jobs in the United States, reduce costs of American consumers and businesses, fuel reindustrialization, and help maintain our advantage in cutting-edge technologies such as AI, which also is ruining the environment. But who cares about the environment? Who cares about our planet? Who cares about future generations? They're not even alive yet. Expanding our net energy exports will also deepen relationships with allies while curtailing the influence of adversaries, protect our ability to defend our shores. I thought the amazing geography made it impossible for the US to be invaded. And when necessary, enables us to project power, which the United States still is choosing not to do. We reject the disastrous climate change. There you go. We reject the disastrous climate change and net zero ideologies that have so greatly harmed Europe, threatened the United States, and subsidized our adversaries. Brilliant. Who gives a fuck about our planet? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I guess just Europe was doing the whole zero emission for shits and giggles, right? Like all those policies to defend the environment is just, it was just, it was just a self-imposed hard mode, just for it, literally for shits and giggles. Preserving and growing America's financial sector dominance. The United States boasts the world's leading financial and capital markets, which are pillars of American influence and afford policymakers significant leverage and tools to advance America's national security priorities. By our leadership position cannot be taken for granted. I mean, Trump certainly takes it for granted, not caring about US dollar losing its position in the world. Preserving and growing our dominance entails leveraging our dynamic free market system and our leadership in digital finance and innovation to ensure that our markets continue to be the most dynamic, liquid, and secure and remain the envy of the world. Wait, hold on. You said above that the so-called free market, whatever. The regions. Oh, there we go. The crust of this whole thing, dividing the world into regions or spheres of influence, if you will. Dividing the world into the spheres of influence. This part's pretty important. It has become customary for documents such as this to mention every part of the world and issue on the assumption that any oversight signifies a blind spot or a snub. As a result, such documents become bloated and unfocused, the opposite of what a strategy should be. To focus and prioritize is to choose. To acknowledge that not everything matters equally to everyone is not to assert that any people, regions, or countries are somehow intrinsically unimportant. The United States is by every measure the most generous nation in history, yet we cannot afford to be equally attentive to every region and every problem in the world. And that's why Trump decided to be equally unattentive to all. The purpose of national security policy is the protection of core national interests. Some priorities transcend regional confines. For instance, terrorist activity in an otherwise less consequential area might force our urgent attention, but leaping from that necessity to sustain attention to the periphery is a mistake. Is Ukraine considered a periphery, I wonder? That would explain a lot. If Ukraine is considered a periphery, then that would definitely... So, I've been reading this document for like 3 hours now. A. Western Hemisphere, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. There you go. That's the important thing to the United States right now. I'll be right back. After years of neglect, the United States will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine by invading Venezuela. I mean, to restore American prominence in the Western Hemisphere and to protect our homeland and our access to key geographies throughout the region. We will deny non-hemispheric competitors to the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities to our own control, strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. This Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is a common sense, fuck me, a serious, a serious national security document invokes common sense. Asmongold would be so proud. Is a common sense and potent restoration of American power and priorities consistent with American security interests. And of course, it goes with giving is the end of a stream. What? It's ridiculous. But of course, it assumes that also Russia and other big player countries will get their own hemispheres. That is the exactly what this document is promoting. Our goals for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration, stop drug flows, and strengthen stability. Or, we will enlist them by doing some regime changes, like it seems that this will happen in Venezuela. Stop drug flow, strengthen stability and security on land and sea. Will expand by cultivating and strengthening new partners while bolstering our own nation's appeal as the hemisphere's economic and security partner of choice. Yeah, by threatening regime change, by threatening war and bombing ships. That'll definitely make us seem like reliable and stable partners. That is definitely a thing. The United States must reconsider our military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means four obvious things. A readjustment of our global military presence to address urgent threats in our hemisphere, especially the mission identified in this strategy and away from theaters whose relative import to American national security has declined in recent decades or years. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm ready. Oh my god, don't scare me. Not so. Bushu. Bushu. Okay, I'm ready to continue. Hello, Emily. Yes. Did you hear? Did you hear Fido bark just now? Bushu, bushu, hey, bushu. Bushu is the changed version of the word busho. It's this little nickname, busho. Ten busho, ty bushu. Bushu, hey, bushu. Yeah. It's a pet nickname. Fido is the name and busho is the, the little uh, lovable nickname. You know? All right. Let's continue the stream. Let's continue reading the document. Not so, not so. He's complaining too much. I should get him a shock collar or something. Bushu. Not so. Not so. Co się dzieje, Busiu? Chodź, Fajdo, chodź. No chodź tu, chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. One moment. Chodź, chodź. Chodź. Chodź, chodź, chodź. He doesn't want to sleep. If he wanted to sleep, then he would have just left the room and slept somewhere else. Yeah, he's a German Shepherd. He's a long-haired German Shepherd. Chodź, 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 chodź. You, you do like in free time? Yeah, I think so. If you wanted to. Oh, Bushu. Hello, Gregory. Some FIDO content will not hurt, right? Au, FIDO, au, te juro. Au, te juro. Non so. FIDO. Tu Jezu, no chodź do mnie, chodź, 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 Buźku, chodź. No co? No co? No co? FIDO. No co jest, FIDO? Co się dzieje? No co się dzieje? How do you like the FIDO content? Isn't it great? Isn't it amazing? The amazingest content ever? I should have him here in frame for several hours per stream. Shouldn't I? Busiu, no tak, no tak. Chodź, Fajdo. Fido is on sale. I'm just kidding. No, he's not. No co? Fido. Okay, let's continue. Buziu. No co? What is this flappy? He went to my mom now. Okay, we can continue reading now. A readjustment of our global military presence to address urgent threats on our hemisphere, especially the mission, blah, blah, we already read this. A more suitable coastal guard and navy present to control sea lanes to thwart illegal and other unwanted migration, to reduce human and drug trafficking, and to control key transit routes in a crisis. Yeah, the United States should put okay. Okay. Fido's eating now. Yeah. Yummy spaghetti indeed. Okay, I'm ready to. Okay. So, targeted deployment to secure the border and defeat cartels, including when necessary, the use of lethal force when necessary. What a statement after that double tap on the survivors of the boat being destroyed, clinging to dear life when necessary. To replace the failed law enforcement only strategy of the last several decades and establishing or expanding access in strategically important locations. Yeah, law enforcement only is failed. We need the military, okay? We need military in the cities as well. The United States will prioritize commercial diplomacy to strengthen our own economy and industries, using tariffs and reciprocal trade agreements as powerful tools because, of course, have I mentioned that Trump said that he ended 8 wars due to tariffs, thanks to tariffs, by the use of tariffs? Have I mentioned that already? The goal is for our partner nations to build up their domestic economies while an economically stronger and more sophisticated Western Hemisphere becomes an increasingly attractive market for American commerce and investment. Strengthening critical supply chains in this hemisphere will reduce dependencies and increase American economic resilience because American economy is so unresilient. The linkages created between America and our partners will benefit both sides while making it harder for non-hemispheric competitors to increase their influence in the region. And even as we prioritize commercial diplomacy, we will work to strengthen our security partnerships. From weapon sales to intelligence sharing to joint exercises or regime changes like in Venezuela. Right? Am I right, fellas? I'm right. As we deepen our partnerships with countries with whom America presently has strong relations, we must look to expand our network in the region. We want other nations to see us as their partner or first choice, and we will, through various means, I wonder what those various means are, discourage their collaboration with others. Does it include military means? The Western Hemisphere is home to many strategic resources, like oil. I think Venezuela actually has a lot of oil. I also think that Venezuela might have some critical minerals that America should partner with regional allies to develop, to make neighboring countries as well as our own more prosperous. The National Security Council will immediately begin a robust interagency process to task agencies supported by our aligned intelligence community's analytical arm to identify strategic points and resources in the Western Hemisphere with a view to their protection and joint development with regional partners. Non-hemispheric competitors have made major inroads into our hemisphere, both to disadvantage us economically in the present and in ways that might harm us strategically in the future. Allowing these incursions without serious pushback is another great American strategic mistake of recent decades. I would like some specifics on that. I would like some specifics. I would like some actual details. The United States must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of our security and prosperity, a condition that allows us to assert ourselves confidently where and when we need to do in the region. The terms of our alliances and the terms upon which we provide any kind of aid must be contingent on winding down adversarial outside influence. I want to know what this is in reference to. From control of military installations, ports, key infrastructure to purchase of strategic assets broadly defined. It might be about the canal. Some foreign influence will be hard to reverse given the political alignments between certain Latin American governments and certain foreign actors. However, many governments are not ideologically aligned with foreign powers, but are instead attracted to doing business with them for other reasons, including low costs and fewer regulatory hurdles. The United States has achieved success in rolling back outside influence in the Western Hemisphere by demonstrating with specificity how many hidden costs in espionage, cybersecurity, debt traps, and other ways are embedded in allegedly low-cost foreign assistance. We should accelerate these efforts, including by utilizing U.S. leverage in finance and technology to induce countries to reject such assistance. Interesting. What if they... Okay, greater ain't. What if they still choose to accept that assistance, though? What then? Is US going to invade? If those countries still say, we will still want that assistance, we still think it's good. We think that the assistance is still okay, so... In the Western Hemisphere and everywhere in the world, the United States should make clear that American goods, services, and technologies are far better in the long run because they are higher quality and do not come with some kind of strings. Yeah, of course not. Yes, they do come with strings. I do not believe that anything that is from the Trump administration does not come with hidden strings, as other countries' assistance. That said, we will reform our own system to expedite approvals and licensing. Again, to make ourselves the partner of first choice. How can you be the partners of first choice if your agreement terms are so outrageous and unfair to the people involved, like with the Ukraine mineral deal? Either one's out. How long have I streamed? Let me renew this. 4 hours. Okay, I think we will finish here for tonight. I will rest a bit. I'll see you sometime tomorrow, I guess. I'll raid you into someone because Fido demands his walk of shame. So, see you. Not food shops, no way. Tim Black TV, I guess. Okay, bye-bye.